Open wide, here I come!
Hello, everyone. My camera... Okay, right. Before I even started, I was setting everything up. I've moved all my equipment down to the kitchen, obviously. I've decided not to move my interface. I'm using an old one that I use for spare stuff, just because it would involve unplugging less things. As I was plugging everything in and I also was going to leave my main camera upstairs, but as I was plugging everything in with my spare camera, the one that I broke last time famously on the stream, I was switching things on, and then I heard a pop, and then I smelled burning, and realised that the little transformer on my old camera has just died. Not irreplaceable. I don't think it's the camera that's dead. I think it's definitely the little transformer bobber, because that was the thing that was smelling. So I cut the power lead off of that. So that slightly contributed to me forgetting about lunch. So lunch is on its way. So the way today is going to go is... Hello if you're joining us for the first time. First of all, this is our first stream where we have our new mods. We have, I believe it is Yoshk, Nuruluru, and Dated Memes are our 3 mods. Audio only coming from the left. Fantastic. It's off to a good start. Right, properties. That should be line. That should be. Sorry, this is what comes from. This is what comes from. Okay, can I just make that a mono channel? Advanced audio properties. Focusrite. Mono. Close. There we go. Right. Bingo, bango, bongo. So yes, first stream with mods. So we'll see how that goes. Oh, thank you, Spider Crimes, for following me. And Virix. Lovely to have you with us. And Kina Kina for resubscribing. And my God, there's so much that's happened that we've not even started. Meds in a minute. Yes, thank you. Could somebody post a link to the Discord? If you don't know about Discords, then neither do I, but there is one, so you may join and have lots of fun with lots of the people who are here now. I can hear you with 2 headphones now. Excellent. There is a PO box to open. I'll put it here somewhere. Ah! This made it to me. Has it got my address on it? Yes, it does. One moment. Oh, come on, you're only made of paper. Right, I've removed the part that has my address on it. Thank you, Yoshk, for pinning that. Yes, there is lots of tape on this box. I don't know what's in it. That's my lunch. Oh my God. In case you were wondering, yes. Yes, it's always like this. Lunch. Right. First things first. I'm going to take my medication. Second thing, I'm going to open this box. Third thing, I'm going to tell you about the rest of the things that are going to happen on this stream. Okay. Number 1. Medication. Take your meds if you need to. Thank you, Scribbler. Thank you, Scribbler, for your continued support in spite of everything. There are no other adults in the house who can supervise me. So if I manage to kill myself making a lasagna, then there we go. I will eat my lunch in a minute. I'm just going to do a couple of things first. So let's open this box first, because otherwise I will forget. Is there anyone in this chat who does not have ADHD? No, some people have autism. Let me open this box. I hope there's not a cat inside, otherwise it's very dead. I think if there were more tape on this box, it would be more tape than box. That's a sentence for the ages. There's a knife in here, I need to sharpen it. It's my bloody Leatherman. Right. Whee! Sometimes I feel wee, and sometimes I feel woo. Oh my goodness. Oh, oh God. Oh God. Hang on. Also, there's this. Everyone, prepare yourselves. Ta-da! We have a hand cam. Okay, so we've got these. Oh, they're very fluffy. Ooh. Is that where they go? That feels like that's not where they go. I'm trying to do this on a camera that is reversed. Hang on. They feel very... Oh, no, they can separate. There we go. Hang on. Which way are ears? That looks like the right way. There we go. They do match the shirt. Oh, dear. And then a hat. A Blood of Dawnwalker hat. Where the hell did this come from? I didn't even know these existed. Fabulous. And then what else do we have in here? Blood of Dawnwalker stickers? Ooh. Don't see the camera on my chin. Yeah, yes. No, there's a camera up here. Clever, clever, eh? This is amazing. What on earth is going on? Ooh! Oh my God! Ah, it's from Poland. That gives some of it away. That's rather lovely. Do I already have any mugs that are... No, but I love this shape of mug. This is an excellent shape of mug. My parents have mugs that are this shape, and I feel like they are superior. I can use this in a minute. Okay, so then there's bubble wrap. Who is claiming this? Who's... Because I see no... can you see closer? Yes, I can hold it up to the camera. Rather lovely. So professional. And it's dishwasher safe. Aha! Emmy, you're claiming it. Was this This is all from you? And then what on earth is this? Incredible! Thank you. Oh, that explains where these are from and why they're in Polish. Now I get it. Right. And where this came from, because it was from the thingy-mabob. Yes, the conference in Poland that you went to. I don't know where the ears are from. The ears are just an inspired choice. For Chat 3.0, it was as yet, we didn't see the stickers. Try and get less glare on them. Rather nice. I'll be sticking those on things. And then for the plants yet to come. As a furry and an Italian. Yes. Oh, and it's even got a little... Has it got a little watery? Yes, it does. Oh, that's very... You and your 3D printing. Oh, thank you so much. That is... And also, it's blue. Which... I don't know if I've mentioned before, is my favourite colour. I have a saying, which is, my wife and I have a saying, which is that whenever we're buying anything, it's reading a little book. If we're about to buy it, the question is always, do you like it, or is it just blue? So, but in this case, I like it, and it is blue. Yes, when something is your favourite colour, you just got to go for it. Well, that's rather lovely and very silly. Well, thank you very much, Emmy. Where are my fellow goths at? No, thank you. Right. After that lovely experience, sorry, my ears just popped. Not those ones. I love it. Thank you. Hello, Crafty Cabbage. I'm so glad you could make it. You've just missed the PO box unboxing. Well, let's just have a quick recap again. Now that we have our space available, we have. I think I've made it so that the amount of foot you can see is very minimal. But because you've been so kind, Emmy, I might adjust some angles in a minute if you're lucky. We got a Dawnwalker hat, some Dawnwalker stickers, this lovely mug, and the ears that I'm wearing. So, marvellous. Right. After that jollity, the first thing I need to do is make myself a coffee. And then I will eat my lunch while the coffee is brewing. So, you're all going to witness how I make my coffee, which is rather silly. First of all, I've got my scales ready. Got my AeroPress. Get the kettle on. Coffee ASMR, exactly. And then I need the filter thing. Yes, I don't know how I'm going to repay you for your kindness, but I think it's probably going to be foot-based. Right. So, the way I like to do an AeroPress is to... I make a sort of... It's a hangover from... Oh, I can put it slightly more in the middle of the... It's a hangover from the pandemic when James Hoffman, my favourite coffee YouTuber, did a video about how he makes... how you make a concentrate for making coffee, coffee shop-like drinks at home when you couldn't go out. So, I'm making a concentrated thing and then diluting it. I just do it because I remember the recipe, I don't need to think about it. There's no faffing around. Yeah, it's just a single thing. I did get it recently. I got a very nice coffee grinder for, I think, my birthday last year, and that has maybe improved things, but also it improved the number of things I could faff about with in the morning. So there we go. Right. So I like to go for 18 grams. So that's 20. That's too much. 18 grams of coffee. Now I've somehow managed to get down to 17 and a half. A coffee bean is about a gram in my experience. I mean, coffee beans vary in size and weight. Coftism. So we grind that. In with the grounds we go. Oh, we have 100 salted fries! Congratulations, everyone. You've all done this as much as I have. Oh, I also realised we surpassed... I've got 500 subscribers on YouTube as well. I mean, that's not much in the grand scheme of things, but, you know, I think we only had about 200 at the beginning of last year, so lots to celebrate. And to do so, we're making a lasagna. So remember to save... Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Shart. I should hydrate. It's more than I used to have. Don't worry, I am recording. Yes, reblogging until I hesitate. Quite. Hydration. Achieved. Right, so that's now only at about 17 and a half, 8, but, you know, you lose some in the grinder. Yeah. For the Americans who don't know, this is a kettle. And then to that, I will add 90 grams of water. And let it brew until I remember it exists. That's 100. What's 8 grams between friends? Yes, I should do another whiskey. I was going to do one the other day, and then I was going to say lost my nerve, but no, I just forgot. Right, and then we leave that to do its thing. We're going to have to see how many teaspoons. I have these long teaspoons, and they make me feel like a fancy chef. So I'll have to see how many I get through, because I tend to like, you know how people use every pot and pan in the kitchen. My kitchen experience is generally using every teaspoon in the kitchen for something. You know, you've got to taste stuff. You know, just feeling fancy. Okay, right, now while that's brewing, I'm going to eat my lunch. I'm going to eat my lunch and try to explain to you what's going to happen. So, for those of you who are new here, just bring you slightly closer. This is not normally what happens. Normally what... Oh, they've cut it in half. That's rather jolly. This sandwich shop is lovely, but they produce... This is going to turn into a mukbang. Well, you're quite right, Josh. What is normal at this particular point in time? Just gonna, just so we get the full ASMR experience. What is the sandwich? I'm actually going to... Do I need to remove my watch? No, probably not. The sandwich is a chicken and roasted peppers. And it's delicious, but it will go everywhere. So, Mike PP in the shot. Oh, that's fine. It's not obscuring anything. So today, we're making a lasagna. Why? I don't know. But it's what's happening. I think it's something to do with Italians, but also literally anything. Yeah, I think it was to roast Italians. But we're not roasting Italians because it's going to be a vegetarian lasagna. And it's not any old vegetarian lasagna, it's my vegetarian lasagna. There will not be garlic bread. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Naughty. Now, I had a thought. That thought was... Oh yes, I should probably start another community goal before we go much further. So, if I go to... maid outfit stream. If you get me the maid outfit... where the flip are the rewards? No. Where does everything live, Twitch? Nothing has a home that makes any sense. Viewer rewards, power-ups and channel. Manage power-ups and channel. Oh, I did that one, so that's fine. I can confirm that's done. The French stream is done. So I can add a new community challenge. 10 Amazon parcels. Topless stream? No. Okay. For God's sake. If we get this community goal... How long did it take you to do the last one? How long did it take to do this one? Can I even see? I don't even know. There are 30 days maximum to do this. So I don't even know if this is possible. Right. So what was that before? 100,000. I don't, yeah. I can't change the numbers. So... There you go. There you go. Yes, if there are more of you, you can be more menace. Oh God, it started. 15K? I blinked! Oh God. It's fine. Everything's gonna be fine. Hang on, how many followers on it? I should have done the maths on this. God, if we get half the oh my god. I should have put this way higher. If half of the people who follow me do this, you'd be there in a stream. Oh no. This is a real congratulations, you played yourself moment, isn't it? Oh god. Thank you, Jojo, for your continued support. Eventually. Oh, hello, Fran. Oh, for fuck's sake. Everyone's coming out the woodwork now. Oh god, if everyone in Salted Fries contributes 2k... Oh shit. I've really fucked this. As I said, I'm not buying the fucking maid costume. You can sort it out amongst yourselves. Oh, fuck. It's fine. I needed something to entertain you while I ate my lunch. There's no point washing until it's all done. A knitted agonizer. Of course he did. Their talents for knitting knows no bounds. Hello, Gatea. Oh, my camera's over the... Oh, no, that's fine. Gatea. Appropriately named, considering the ears I'm wearing. But for those of you who were in the stream, in the Discord... Oh, God. You would have seen the picture of me with my beard when I did Sunny in the Park with George. Like, if I'd had a beard with this, I would have needed a full shower. After this mess. It's going everywhere. Don't look at me. I don't think we've lost the Discord pin. I think it's just underneath the community challenge pin thing. Oh, I don't know, actually. Yes, possibly. Maybe also just choosing foods appropriately. Ones that you can get past the gates. without touching the sides. Oh yeah, if you make sure you change the setting so that it's until it's manually unpinned. Good job, Josh. Thank you for modding. You remember my friend Auguste, who used to beat me with a stick. I remember him telling me about the process of growing a beard and how it was just a constant fluctuation between it itching you, it itching other people, and then it itching no one for a brief pause, and then itching you, and then itching other people, and then, yeah. Mm. Back of the head. You can see my second crown, possibly. Yes, I don't know if it is actually a second crown or it's just when I had a head injury as a child, which is true and it explains a lot when you know it happened. I've also got one underneath my chin, which is slightly harder to film. It's sort of my hair curls outwards from the bottom of my chin. Bizarre. But yes. Right. Stage 1, lunch. Completed it, mate. Now that can go in the dishwasher. Mealy, highly recommend dishwashers. In fact, highly recommend anything made by Mealy. Silver is the way to go. Hang on. Yoink. I'm also going to lift. Right. Yes, the greys. I've realised the greys have become more and more a part of my life, but they're here to stay. How many fucking... Okay, we're stuck on 44. Good. Hello, Shrumos. Thank you for joining us for the first time. Or for chatting for the first time, at least. So. Today, We are making a lasagna. I'm not going to do an Italian accent for the whole thing because I'll get cancelled. I did sharpen most of my knives. But I haven't sharpened my little one, and I might need my little one. I don't know if I will need my little one, but just in case, and because, well, I don't know how long this is going to take. We could be here for several hours. My estimate in my head, when I thought to myself, how long is this going to take? How long will it take me to cook a lasagna? My brain said 3 hours. But also, my brain then went, if you're saying 3 hours, it's going to take you 4 hours. So, if we do this in any less than 4 hours, I think we'll be doing well. And particularly, 'cause I'm not even counting the time that we've just started. So we've only got 3.5 hours to beat my assumptions. And despite that, I'm going to start by sharpening my little knife. I'm removing my wedding ring because this is made of soft gold. My knife sharpener, sharpening stones, will eat this alive. You want to see the big knife? I don't know if I need this one. I won't need this one for this particular thing, although it might make short work of a butternut squash. But this is a big old cleaver. It's heavy. There's a piece of... Hang on. One moment! Oh, that's right. Yep. I'm okay! Everything's fine. That's never happened before. Opened a cupboard over there. Something fell out the top of it that I haven't touched in about... I wasn't anywhere near it. Incredible. Incredible work. I will clean that up, but not right now. This is what I was going to do. It was a little Kilner jar thing. It was a real cartoon soundbite. I'm so sorry, Rock and Roll Fever. Oh, don't worry. No, I'm not going to go anywhere near there. I told you this, Emmy. Right. I don't know if this is going to work, but... No, not quite sharp enough to do kitchen. But I needed to get some out anyway. Right, I am going to do a slight clean-up. Talk amongst yourselves. It's all going to be fine. It's cleaned up. And I will... I'll give it a hoover later. Oh, I even had the forethought to bring up some blue roll. So I'll deal with that properly later. Ah, that's what I was getting. I was getting some paper. I'll need some for the sharpening anyway. But I think this is quite... It's quite hard to get the top bit, but... Aren't I cold walking barefoot? Not particularly. So that's the big knife. There are also these knives, which are not sharp at all, that I haven't sharpened. But I own them. They were handed to me. I don't know who made either. This one is made by Nogent. Or Nogent. This is made by... Iernman Akterollag. Eskustina. I don't know what that is. No, it's not underfloor heating. I just don't. I'm just used to it by now. The big boy. This has. It has some letters written in it. Looks like it's got Vikval 8 Bodver? Bodmer. Vikval Bodmer? Vikval and Bodmer, that's my guess. Paris. Can you see anything there? No, it's not really coming up on the camera. Anyway. Very big, very shapely. Anyway, so I sharpened that one. I sharpened these. These are probably the primary knives that we're going to be using today. Which is one is a Wusthof, the Wusthof Classic chef's knife, very useful. I think I sharpened this okay. Yep. Then this one is this is just the ye old classico Victorinox kitchen what's-a-mit, you know. They cost 20 quid and they're excellent. You're not really meant to be able to sharpen them, but the kit I use does a good job. So yes, those two, and then we just need to sharpen this boy, my little paring knife, which I think is a John Lewis. But again, it's lasted me since I was at university. I've had to resharpen the tip from where it got bent once. So, let us begin the sharpening process. Once we've sharpened the flim-flam, we will then... Oh, I can... Not that I don't... Hang on, is it going to fit in the... Yes, it fits perfectly. Will its wet stay? Do the wet stay? I've not started yet. Oh, okay, before the knives. Okay, okay. Fine. Before we start sharpening, go to... Let that do its thing. You'll go in there. This is not my normal apron. This is my knife sharpening apron. And to be fair, it's very difficult to do this reversed. There we go. So after just back to the coffee briefly. After I've let it do its thing for however long until I've remembered it exists, you invert it, let it sit for 30 seconds until you stop hearing drips, and then you can push through. And the reason you wait until you stop hearing drips is because it sort of creates its own little self-filtering nonsense against the paper filter that is already in there. And then you just slowly push it through. Like the best things in life. On occasion. Right. And then, as I mentioned before, that's a concentrated stuff. I just top it up with water. No, I was just moving very slowly. So, that's coffee. Lovely. Even better in my new mug from Emmy. Right. The sharpening of knives. There are many ways to sharpen a knife. This one is mine, adopted from an American man who I'm sure is a prepper, but is surrounded by knives. I've chosen... I used to do the whetstone thing. I've never done the pull-through sharpener thing. The whetstones were fine, but they just took fucking ages. So I've moved on to diamond stones. Because they are coarse. And they will eat through many things. So, before we begin, it is customary... Headphone warning. "20-second headphone warning. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. It's Wednesday, my monkeys. Yeah! Right. Excellent. Right. Now that we can do that. So, the way that knife sharpening works is... was this going to get me demonetized or something? I don't know. I don't really understand, but functionally what you're doing is you're removing material off one side until you can feel a little lump on the other side. That means that you've, made one edge. Then you turn it over, you do the same thing until you can feel the lump on the other side. And then you just want to try and... That creates basically like a little bit of metal that is sitting on the top of the blade edge, basically sort of there. And you then try and work that off until it breaks. That's something I don't need. And that is the basics of sharpening a knife. The top stone here is, I think, 325 grit. That means there are 325 bits of stuff sticking out per centimetre squared. Is that right? Not sure. And then there's a smoother side, which is 1,200 bits of stuff sticking out. And then I have this thing, which is a strop, which has some abrasive material soaked into it. So this is not going to take very long because this knife is still basically sharp. But this might be not very pleasant. Have a strop, yeah. So I'm going to give this a few passes on one side. I'm just freehanding this because it's still not quite there. Freehanding it because, you know, if you don't learn, you don't learn. Nearly there on the tip. Mostly there all the way through. If anyone knows anything about knife sharpening and is watching this stream, then then I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just making it up. Just derived it from first principles. Okay, so you can see by the greying on my hands, and I don't know if you'll be able to see, there is now sort of a fresh edge on that knife, and I'm feeling along this side, which is the side against the one, sorry, the side opposite the one I've been grinding on the stone, that there is a little bit of metal hanging over, that has sort of curled over as I've been scraping it forwards. It has curled up. So now I do it the other way. Basically just trying to maintain the same angle as I'm pulling. Which is the hard part, really. Because if you don't maintain the same angle, you'll end up with a wonky knife. Okay, and now I can feel the burr, which is that little bit I was talking about, which is now curled over. It's curled back on itself. And so now I'm just going to try and basically just bend it back and forth over itself until it breaks off, and I'm left with just the tip. Anyway. The apex, rather. Oh God, new dangle. I will... I will go and get some in a minute. I didn't even see that, Fran. When we take a break, somebody remind me. So, now I'm feeling that edge. I'm just lightly passing it back and forth. Yeah, mostly there. The tip is a little bit... The tip's a bit bent on this knife. Probably because I left it in the university kitchen for a while. But... So, that knife is basically sharp now. Like it's cutting through the microfiber here. But now we go to a finer grit stone. And the aim here is basically just to make... So if that thing was 400 grit-ish, it means that the kind of gaps and the grates in the knife are going to be quite far apart. And it's sort of good for most tasks, but basically the finer the grit, the smaller the gaps are, the smaller, like, the tighter the knife can get into spaces. So... I think this is what some people refer to as refining the scratch pattern. As I say, I don't know what I'm talking about. I just like making knives sharp. Yeah, the bend on this knife is going to cause me problems whatever I do, but... So a few more passes, just I'm being arbitrary at this point, because again the knife is basically sharp. Again, troubles at the tip. Yeah, that's sort of what I'm trying to do here with the light. I don't think you'll be able to see very well on the camera. Anyway, yeah, it's partly down to how I've tried to repair the big bend that was there in the past, but there's not really much I could do. Just going to spend some time focusing on the little tip. I'm not even going to... There's nothing I can... I'm fully resigned to what's going to happen with that. Okay, right. Now, again, that's mostly sharp. Again, it's even easier to slice through the little bits on the microfiber there. And again, I think if I try and do it on a piece of paper, we should find that it makes fairly light work of it already. This is where the stropping comes in. I don't know what the relationship between stropping and having a strop and being stroppy is. But it's basically just a piece of leather. Piece of leather. You can do it just raw on leather. You don't need any sort of lubrication. But it helps to have a little something, little let's say umbricant, that's not the right word. I didn't... Yes, maybe I did. Maybe I did. You got me there. But it helps have a bit of an abrasive on there. Now I've got to be slightly careful using this knife on a strop because, again, the slightly bendy tip tends to gouge them. And what this does, it basically just makes the edge really nice and shiny. The sacred unguents. Did I see someone earlier complaining that we were in the wrong category? If someone wants to change us to the appropriate category, I think I'll just put us in cooking simulator because it's all a simulation, isn't it? It's all lies. They're not even square. Right, now that feels pretty fucking sharp to me. Can the mods do it? So again, paper. Try and do it this way. You can do nice little swirly whirlies. It's catching on something, so I'm just going to give it another couple of passes. No one else is streaming Cooking Sim. Well, there we go. Strop comes from Old French estrop, strap, the strap of a harness. Okay. Oh, bugger, I've just done a gouge because I wasn't paying attention. I stropped too hard. Aha. If I go then into where is everything? Roles manager. If I don't know what right, Yosh, you should be able to do it now. There we go. You should all be able to do it. You can do it to your heart's content. There's a food and drink category. Well, who knew? Okay. How are we doing now? It's getting increasingly hard to find a piece that will let me do it. There we go. Right. Actually cooking rather than unboxing snacks and shit. Yes. And to prove a point, we'll have to just check whether it can shave. Lovely. Right. So, now that we've done that, we can begin in earnest. Let me put my sharpening shit away. Time to remove our sharpening hats. Wash our hands. Wash the knife. Give the surface a wipe. My wipe! Give the knife a wash. You. Hear your whole voice. Now I do have another spare penny. Emotionally sharpened. Interesting. Okay. My God, we've got 49 viewers and we've not even started making lasagna. Right. I do have another thing, but I don't. I liked having the. I like to do that anyway. Wipe. Little spray and a wipe. Make the surface nice and shiny. Have a made stream and 69 viewers. Oh God. Ah yes. The problem with the sharp knife is that when you're washing it, it tends to just lop off bits of the sponge. So something to be aware of. Yacht could spontaneously combust. Yes, quite. Okay, so let me talk you through my lasagna, my vegetarian lasagna, which I know was a surprise to some of you, but I'm fairly sure I've mentioned before what it involves. I also don't need these big knives over here, taking up space. So, essentially, what I do is I start by making a... I can put my ring back on because I'm not going to be sharpening any more knives or handling raw chicken. I'm going to be making a ratatouille. The ratatouille is going to be effectively the meat substitute in this, the red sauce, as it were. Then, isn't ratatouille in itself just a lasagna? Well, maybe if you make it extra fancy, but no, this is going to be like full on, like it's going to be like a chunky, burned ratatouille thing that I am then going to add tomatoes into, and some tomato paste and some herbs, yada 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 yada. And then separately, I will be making a cheese sauce. I know that sometimes people make it with a white sauce, but I think those people are psychopaths. And then we just combine. Oh, and most importantly is the butternut squash. Hydration. Oh no, I know the white sauce. I know it's not that it's difficult. And cheese sauce, Mornay and / cheese sauce is just white sauce with cheese. Not the bechamel. It's absolutely very straightforward, particularly if you're using cold milk. It's when you use warm milk that you have problems. The butternut squash is an essential ingredient. It is, I use it not in place of pasta, but between certain layers, where, depending on how much we have, when I've got too much fucking butternut squash, I think that is a known. But I will chop it all up, I'll put it all in the oven, and I will let it do its thing. I've realised I might have to employ both my ovens. I have one oven that is a fan and one oven that is not a fan. We're going to be oven maxing. Yeah, the ratatouille is effectively the minced meat. So, without further ado, at 3:20, somebody start a timer. We are beginning the lasagna. Is it bechamel or bechamel? I would say bechamel, but I don't know. Maybe it's a Berenstein bechamel situation. And what does all good cooking require? a load of bowls. No more faff. There will not be a single piece of faff for the rest of this stream. You heard it here first. And a giant chopping board. Hello, Aleli. Glad. I'm okay. What I will do is lightly dampen a kitchen towel and place it underneath there. For reasons of security. Mm-hmm. That's not going anywhere. Right. Hello, Sassy Catastrophe. Been lurking. Butternut squash is first, because that's the thing that needs the most time. It's also the most dangerous. So, yes. I'm going to start by taking the tops off. That's the easier way. Generally how I like to begin. This is for my compost later. Not in all lasagna, but in my lasagna. I think I have to credit my friend Megan with introducing me to the idea of putting butternut squash in lasagna. It just adds a certain sweetness and unctuousness between layers. I'm going to cook all of my butternut squash. Because otherwise I will forget it exists in the cupboard. We're already nutting. Oh, God. Now we come to the question, what's the best way to peel a butternut squash? A peel is just a pain in the arse. I just tend to merge two git branches and pick up a kid. Yes. Please, just, yes, don't merge two kids and pick up a git. But... I'm going to... Yes, this is my favourite technique. I'm fine. Yes, I'm aware of the Y peeler, but I'm also just lazy. So I'm just going to... And as I said, I've got way too much. So I'm going to go for this. And also I find if I use the... there's really not that much butternut squash in there. Like... Why am I peeling it like that? I'll tell you what, this might be a job for them. Yeah, it's still a pain in the arse. So... More waste, more haste. Competitive not... Oh my God, we've reached 50 viewers for the first time ever, and it's when I'm cutting a fucking butternut squash. It's all right. I'm okay. Congratulations, everyone. It's the cat ears, isn't it? Yes. What's the best way of doing this bit? Is to half. And then do, I'm going to go about 1 centimetre slices. Oh, I should have hollowed out before, anyway. You're going in there for the minute. I need a spoon. Please feel free to contribute to the next stream goal. Yeah. You lot, incorrigible. I say you lot like I'm not actively involved. What is in the lasagna? Can't have button up without bits. Oh, thank you, Hayne, for your bits, as usual. That's a little bit too thick for my liking. So, halve it. If you're worried about my knife skills at any point, I'm very safe. What kind of knife? I was explaining just before, this is a Victorinox, it's sort of $20, £20 chef knife thing. Not particularly expensive, but rather good. Now I'm going to cut that in half, and then do it in half. I've just realised the large quantities of butternut squash that I have. It's going to be a lot. I might just roast the other two. Let me finish up chopping up this one. I might just roast the other one and do a soup or something. Yeah, exactly. But we'll get there when we get there. We'll get there when we get there. It is easier. Although, yes, more wasteful, I'm sorry. Butternut squash, it's just did somebody say that they don't think they have it? It's basically, it's a kind of pumpkin, isn't it? Same genre. Same genus or something. I'm a damn genius. It doesn't really matter about it being too uniform, in my opinion. It just means you get some bits that are more unctuous and some bits that are not. Why am I putting it in lasagna? Because I like it. Plain and simple. It adds an unctuous quality that I am desirous of in most instances. Mm-hmm. Rebel Wolf. Yes. That'll do. Right. Let me chop up this one. I'm sort of trying to go for something that's about 1 centimetre thick. But then again, I don't care. If I'm making it, they'll get what they deserve. Lasagna. Well, I was going to, I needed coffee anyway. Thank you for reminding me it exists. I'm a weirdo, I like cold coffee. I mean, that's not the only reason I'm a weirdo. But, you can taste all the flavours. Right. What I'm going to do at this stage is turn the oven on. Loud sounds. I'm okay. Good God, we've got 54 viewers. They're all here to watch Cooking Simulator. Woe is them. Right, you are a big boy. I think I will get away with... Considering how much veg we have... I think I'll get away with just using that one, slicing up that one. And this one, I'm going to remove the label, first of all. And then just roast whole, well not whole, but halve it. Just roasting the whole, yes, yes, yes. Very good, very funny. You're very clever. No, seriously, I like you all a lot. You're wonderful.
Hear ya ho, boys.
Oh, actually, that just inspired me doing that. That's a much easier way of doing what I was just about to do. Yes. Marvellous. If one ought to be sober, why ever would you do that? I mean, I'm sober. Let's put you here for the minute. You can witness his open holes. Need a catapult. Get you across the Atlantic. Oh, this one's very You can see my squashed holes. Right. I'll do it this way. Then I can just chop it off the block and slice the edges off each time. And that might be slightly more laborious, but it is safer and marginally less wasteful. Don't know why that made me think of the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, where it's like the thing about the Encyclopedia Galactica. First, it is slightly cheaper. And secondly, it has the words, "Don't panic," written in large, friendly letters on the cover. You discuss holes a lot. You video streamed them to a group. I hope you weren't video streaming your holes. Oh, the horses. Horses. Sorry. I got the wrong end of the stick. Or the hole, as it were. All I saw was the undisciplined horse. Yes. All I saw was talking about holes, and then I streamed a lot of them to some friends the other day. This is the most laborious part, by the way, in case anyone was wondering. It will get better. Things can only get better. I should play some music, but I'll probably just get demonetized, won't it? Old Billy Riley was a dancing master.
Old Billy Riley, old Billy Riley.
I could sing. I could. That would involve doing something while I'm using a knife, which again may not be advisable. Now, if I were really thinking this through, I might have chopped them top to bottom and got big slices that way. Maybe that was the right thing to do, but also, I'm not thinking. Are you thinking? He said, brandishing a knife. Sing the Swedish Chef intro. Do a whole stream as Beaker. Will is chopping, there's jazz in the background. It's all vibes. Just some lo-fi hip-hop and the sound of screaming I'll be away at the races. You'll learn the weakness of your flesh. The problem is if you go too thin, you end up, you know, it's a root vegetable, so there's lots of water in there. But if you go too thin, you can just end up with it sticking, like just turning to ash, basically. So it's a fine line between and a waste of time. That was Avenue Q. It's a fruit vegetable. Yeah. That might verge on the edge of too thin, but we'll live with it. Okay, right. I think I should do the rest of that and then roast that. That's as was always the plan. Do you know Les Poissons from Little Mermaid? No, I don't think I do. Not off the top of my head. Actually, what we're going to do is do the whole slice. And then do them in bunches, and then that will save some time. Because we've not got enough of that. How long are we? An hour and a half. And we've barely begun. There will also be some faffing time later. You know, general washing up. Oh, bye, Fran. That was also rather satisfying. Oh, I wonder if I can do a little whoop. Hey. Not fapping about, thank you very much, Dated Memes. It's not that kind of stream. If you do want those sorts of streams, you should go to my OnlyFans. No. There'll only be feet on there. What I've basically done here is I've invented... wait, is this integration or differentiation? Integration is finding the area under the curve, isn't it? Yes. I basically just invented integration with butternut squash. Because the closer you get to an infinitely thin line, the less waste there is when you chop off the edge. And I'm sure someone is going to figure out how to make that into a dirty joke. Thank you, Aleli, for contributing to the maid stream. Step away for a minute, and I come back to exactly what I expected to. Yes, in the faffing about time, there may be time for... thank you, Aleli. I was just thinking I was thirsty. Thank you. Oh, I've missed the Thank you, thank you, thank you. Our soldier went to sea. Two pistols on his knee. Fuck you, for curiosity. To fight for the Queen's gun, fight for the Queen's gun, fight for the Queen's country. I didn't think I knew what a C word was when I first sang that song. I just knew it was rude. It's a silly song that I think I must have learned when I was about 9, 10 years old. Where, you know, it's one of those ones where the song sounds like you're going to say one word, but you've just cut it because you cut off a full word in half. But it's not. Well, it's generally a combination of words. I don't know what that genre of joke. I don't know what that genre of joke is. But it was hilarious to a younger me. To be honest, hilarious to me anyway. Right, we're going to get to the oiling stage in a minute. Now, with any of you for basically just YouTube poops, isn't it? But before YouTube was a thing. Yes, if anyone is of a nervous disposition when it comes to the oiling of vegetables, then this is your warning. There will be French quantities of fat on my vegetables when they are being roasted. Plenty of salt. Avert your gaze. The straights can do what they like. Why am I doing it that way? Let's go off the table. I think, just looking at my quantities of vegetables, that's going to be more than enough. Also, more butternut squash, never a bad thing. So, this one, I'm just going to oil up and place in my top oven. I'm okay. You know me so well. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Wasn't it good? Wasn't it fine? Oh, so good. Oh, so fine. Right. Let you. I'm not so concerned about when you go in. I am, however, because I don't trust my baking trays. You have to use greaseproof paper, which may or may not be a crime, but you'll have to forgive me. priest. It's priest. I have a little priest. Oh, bugger, I've lost a piece of butternut squash. No, it's been oiled up. Can't go in the compost. Bugger! It's because you fuckers have all used up your stuff. Controversially, I don't like that song. No, it's not that I don't like the song. Feet? Where? Where can you see feet? Oh, for that side. Very briefly. Yes, it's not that I don't like that song. It's just that I feel like he knew he was out of he knew he was stretching it. It's I think at least a verse too long, possibly 2 verses too long. And it gets played a lot, and people and the people who sing it know it's funny, and then they don't bother to put any life into it because they're like, we're singing the funny song from Sweeney Todd. And the number of bad renditions of, not bad, but just lifeless renditions of Priest that I've heard because it is a funny song. Yes. Anyway, that's my hot take, number 1 of the day. Right, so that's all. We're all oiled up here. How's appropriately salty? Put my oil over here. You've missed nothing so far. I'm going to relocate this so I can bring a tray over. If it's a crime to keep a girl's grandmother hostage until she agrees to say yes, then I guess I am guilty of loving you to excess. Right, that is hot, in case people weren't aware. Just going to load up. Load it up willy-nilly. Don't forget your own breakfast. If you're going to forget anyone's breakfast, don't make it your own. Could I be doing this more efficiently? Is a question I ask myself frequently. And in this instance, I believe the answer to be yes. However, am I going to? Would I be doing it? Would I be doing it at all if I had to do it efficiently? No. Is the answer. It's a bit of piling up. Never hurt anyone, unless you're in a car, I suppose. Right. Hot. Okay. I'm fine. Just don't. I didn't need to do that. That was an unnecessarily. Of all the dangerous things, that was an unnecessary one. Don't touch hot things with wet cloths. Heat transfer. It'll get you. I put it in there. I put French in there because I felt like somehow this is a French lasagna. Yeah. And I think if I shrug enough, that's okay. Right. That's in the oven. How are you doing up top there? Let's use the remainder of the oil. Just going to oil up this butt. My opinion when it comes to just make sure that it's well greased and lightly salted. Now I've got greasy hands. Now, I know you're all dying to know my opinion on vegetables. So, there's a peculiar smell coming out of my oven, the top oven. I haven't used it in a while. I hope it goes away. My opinion on roasting vegetables, which it is thus. Basically, unless the thing is completely black, you've not overcooked it. Vegetables, I believe, should be roasted at the highest possible temperatures, and they should be allowed to what's the word? They should allow to let most of their moisture go out, increasing their sweetness and general niceness. And if there's a bit of charring, that's just more caramelization. So, dehydrate and caramelize. Yes! The 3 rules of the Spanish Inquisition. Dehydrate, caramelize, and I'll come in again. The funny smell is not going away. Don't do it dry. Don't do it dry. You heard it here first. Okay, let me just... this light is now a little bit too bright. And so are all of these, actually, because now that it's not light outside. Mood lighting. Da, da, da. Now we're all colourful. Isn't that jolly? Maybe there's something burnt on the inside of the oven. Who knows? be my first compost decant. I'll have to make it. It's self-cleaning, isn't it? I'll have to make a trip to the compost bin at some stage. Right then, we will begin in earnest, now that we've oiled him up. I'm going to start with all the non-onion vegetables. You already cancelled me, thank you. Who is Ernest and why are we in him? Well. We'll start with the peppers. I'm slightly worried I might not have enough cheese sauce. I might have to go and get milk. Anyway, we'll get there when we get there. Just give everything a rinse. Ah no, the compost bin where parcels end up is out the front. That's the council's compost bin. I have my own compost bin full of food scraps that actually you want to make compost out of. Now again, I'm probably going to make someone cry with the amount of food I waste when I'm cutting up a pepper. I don't know. Look, it just is what it is. Yep. And not even the ones when I'm. How big do we want to go? Yeah, I'm gonna go chunky. I've never chopped a pepper like that before in my life. I panicked. I'm going to do it the way I normally do it. Panic chopping. Yep, we're on peppers now. And again, I'm not really one for uniformity in anything, really. My cat ears keep hitting the... Hang on. There we go. That should not happen anymore. Yoink. Actually, I'm going to change knives because this is rather... Is this as much as a family staple as your paella that I showed us? No, not at all. This is entirely a me invention. And I don't think I've ever cooked it for my family. I've made it for some friends on occasion. I think it came out of the need to make a veggie lasagna. Or rather, no. The butternut squash was an inspiration from someone who... Just a friend who made one. Paella. And then I think it was just that I was making... The ratatouille is more of a family recipe. But everything else has sort of... is me mishmashing. And like, as much as ratatouille can be a family recipe, it's just... It's literally just burning vegetables and putting them and chucking some other shit in there. Why have I got so long farewell after you to saying goodbye in my head? I don't know. But it's there, and you will have to deal with it. It's not the best roll cut in the world, but it's my roll cut. Yes, this knife has improved things better. Improved things better. What a world we live in. This knife has made things easier. That was a good knife for the purposes of chopping the butternut squash, but for a slightly more nimble task of chopping peppers. Here we are. Rip it, tear it, chuck it in a stew. Oh God, that's... There's something burning in here, but it's not the things that I'm cooking. Interesting. Yes, there's something burning in here, but it's not the things that I'm cooking. I'm going to turn on the extractor fan and hope for the best. And actually, I'm going to open a window. If the fire alarm starts going off, then at least I know where it's coming from. Really rather peculiar. Maybe I should have cleaned the oven beforehand. At least it'll be a lit stream. House fire stream. Yeah, I can't see anything. Who knows? Ventilation. Right. Next up, aubergines. From when you order aubergines online, aubergine, or an eggplant if you're an American. But we're in England here. Don't you forget it. The problem with ordering aubergines online is you're never quite sure how big they're going to be. These are not the largest aubergines I've ever seen. But they will do. We will make do and mend. I'm going back to the bigger knife because it'll make short work of them. What am I going to do? I'm going to go some slicey roundy bits because why not? And I'm going to go a bit thicker than that. And on a bias, because again, if you want to be fancy, don't let anyone stop you. And also, crinkly edges means nice burny bits. No, because the reason, yes, it's not that it's an early stage of development that they are white. There are breeds of aubergine or eggplant that do look actually like eggs. They are small and white. It may be that they do look more. They are smaller and whiter when they are premature. But there are breeds, genres. We're back on this again. There are kinds which are just white and egg-like. My bias has got more biased. They can't stop me. Are we going to have enough space in this bowl? Probably not. We will deal with it. They can't eat them. I would guess that is because they are a member of the nightshade family. I think it is aubergines and what other ones are there? Things like I think potatoes, also a nightshade family. But you know, and tomatoes as well. Yes, tomatoes are. Thank you, Fluttery Darlings. We had the same. We shared the brain cell for a moment there. And they're all, you know, they're all of the family of like Deadly Nightshade. So. Again, same. So it'll be the same thing. Also, we can't eat raw potatoes, I don't think. We're going to need a bigger bowl. Unfortunately, I don't have a bigger bowl. But I will maybe have to decant into several smaller bowls. We'll get there when we get there. Next. Courgette. Oh, there's again rather a lot of courgette here. These courgettes are larger than I was expecting. See, again, it's a problem when you order things online. You just... I'll stop there. Brief drumming solo while I consider my life. I'm going to wash them anyway, whatever happens. Hydration is important. What is a gooseberry? Don't know, but if you want another fun fact about gooseberries, is that a kiwi's actual name is a Chinese gooseberry. Kiwi is a brand name. Slap it on the table. Chop the end off. Wait, why? Okay, what have we got on here? Just going to dry this courgette. My courgette is moist. This one is wet, this one is wet, this one is wet, this one is wet. Where did you dry these? In a rainforest? Right, I'm about to do something that will upset people. Actually, I said I was going to use the long spoons. I haven't used any of them yet, although we haven't got to the sauce stage. So that's when it's really going to get, that's when it's going to get spoony. This will upset people. The middle of the courgette, he's lovely when he's raw. When he's cooked, he goes all weird and greasy. Don't want it. So, I'm getting rid of it. Hello, Calais Lyon. Nice to join us. This is still very bright. I'm getting slightly blinded. What do I need? I need to turn this one down a bit. Actually, what I will do is this. And we still get the light from that, but it's not quite in my face as much. Yes, so to remove the gooey courgette, I'm scraping out that bit in the middle. Don't want to take all of it out, but I told you it will upset you. I don't like it. I will do what I want. I'm just going to do that to all of them. No, I like courgette. I like raw courgette a lot. But I find that when that middle bit gets cooked, it gets that okra-like texture, which, again, some people like. I personally don't want it in this particular dish. There are dishes where I will put that in. If I'm making that Italian pasta dish where it's basically just courgette and butter, then you want that sliminess because it helps to emulsify the sauce. But here, there's going to be plenty of liquid. Now again, I think I'm going to leave one of these courgettes. Otherwise my ratios are going to be all off. You donkey! It's fucking raw! I think I'm already wearing cat ears. Does that not count? Yeah, let's go. If I burn the house down, that's when I'm... Can we hear Gordon Ramsay? You fucking donkey. What are you? An idiot sandwich. It's fucking raw! Hydration. Gordon Marsey.
Give me some time to blow the man.
Right, this courgette is going in the fridge. Into the fridge. Yeah, hang on. Oh, good night, Sanguine. Just chopping the knobbly bit off the garlic. Moving some of the outer paper. I will do. Well, maybe. I might enjoy the fruits of my labour later, depending on how much later it is. Right, what am I doing here? This is a garlic. placed into a foil cocoon. Why would I do such a thing? Well, because it's basically going to confit while everything else is cooking. Do I need to salt it? Probably not. But I'm going to anyway. Leave it in there for the minute. Again, hey, to increase the unct. The more unct, the better. Right, this is a mess now. I should have done this. I should have done that last. It's okay. It's okay. Nobody panic. Chopped and unked. Quite. Just explaining what's going on to your elderly relatives. To be fair, my mother came to drop off some things earlier and walked in the kitchen and said, "Oh, you've moved your office onto the kitchen counter." I just said, "Oh, I'm doing something very silly." Right, we're going to the second compost decant. I'm going to start with 3 onions and then see what... because Emmy got them for me and sent them in the post, and I opened them, and so here we are. We are cat-eared. Little did my mother know. Yes. Right, 1. Also, luckily I don't need to properly chop these up. I'm just quartering them. But this feels like a shit onion. It is a shit onion. Alright. We will deal with it. Yes, they are the right colour for him as well. Yes, my mother walked in and said, "Oh, doing kitchen OnlyFans content now, are you?" To be honest, I think doing this is about as obscure as doing that would be to her, so... You're a particularly tricky onion to peel, you. Don't make me... Oh, I've gone for it. Never mind. That's all donkey. Lovely. Stop peeling back his layers. Got many layers. Like Agamemnon's brother. I'm giving them. I'm giving them what they asked for. Oh, for fuck's sake, wrong pot. Wrong bowl! Wrong lever! Yes, I think I will need at least another 2 onions. Because again, these are smaller than I was anticipating. That'll do. That'll do, pig. That'll do. Some things are smaller than you expect, some things are bigger than you expect. It is the way of the world. And who are we? That'll do. Ah, I'm okay. Trying to run away. Come back here and let me chop you. We're nearly through the messiest part of the stream. I'm only crying a little bit. The onions were always going to be a bastard. What am I going to do with the lasagna bakes? Well, eat most of them. I say most of them. There's no way. I'll probably eat some, give some away. That's my plan. I'm going to go for that 3rd onion. I might regret it later. Sit in the oven. Hello, Susie Goosey. What works? Really? I find that they make me cry way more. This feels squishy in a way that's not particularly pleasant. It's alright. There are layers. You can remove the squishy layer, and there'll be a hard layer underneath. It's like me. Right, our butternut squash is getting on swimmingly. I'm going to give them another 15 minutes, which gives me time to start preparing the sauce. Thank you. Your contribution is appreciated. Or I should say, noted. It's fine, you'll need to do it. Okay. I'm going to put this over here. That is all of my veg. I've prepped my veg. I'm going to give these a little wash. Clear up a little bit. And then we'll start doing some other stuff. The thing is that you're sort of at the mercy of the gods with these sorts of things. So, you know, I ordered the vegetables that I ordered. You've just got to go, it'll turn out how it turns out. Where was I? I'm regretting not going a bit thinner on the butternut squash, though. I wasn't being brave. The smoke's mostly cleared. That came out posher than it meant to do. Making some bullshit. Yes. Let's... Why wash later what you can wash now? The benefits of a large chopping board are that it's a big chopping board and you can chop lots of stuff on it and have lots of room. The downside is it doesn't fit in the fucking sink. Right. How hot is it in the kitchens at the Scarlet Open in January? It's not that hot. It's just that there was a lot of smoke earlier. But also I run hot. So that's another part of this equation. I will close the windows in a minute. Like it's not freezing. I think it's about 8 degrees or so. It'd be helpful if I could get this in the bowl and not just on the floor. And the rest can be wiped. Male body temp exceeding. Right. Now that we've done that, got 7 more minutes on that timer. I'm going to swap out for a new tea towel just to treat myself. And tell you what, that seems like as good a time as any to take a break. So, I'll be back when that alarm goes off in 7 minutes. Until then.
Don't forget your old shipmates. Folly, rally, 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 ride, oh.
Hello.
Open wide, here I come!
That's one hydrate. I've changed my dangle. Thank you, Scully, for reminding me to save. Okay, let's take those things out the oven first of all, because they're done. The big squash has got time. I'm going to give the big squash all the time it needs. These little boys. They have reached the level that I'm content with. Hello, okie dokie. Or ochi dochi. Yeah, could they do with a bit more? It doesn't really matter. They're about the level that I want them to be. I think... Yeah. They're not giving much resistance when they're just... It's all lunked in there. Right. Oh, shit. I'm running out of surfaces. Well, we're going to need this in a minute. One tray. The second tray. I'm leaving the second tray in for a little bit. I'm okay. Ah, yes, I don't know what you would have expected, but... what I need. Right. Time to oil and salt things. Problem is, there's rather too much of everything. And not enough bowl space. I'm having thoughts. I'm having thoughts. What I'm going to do is, first of all, that's nearly done. It's a good thing I have another. Know thyself. Had a precondition, you give them a large part of what you cooked. Yes, one of them is definitely, although they're currently away, but when they come back, there will almost certainly still be some in my freezer for them to consume. Right, that's that half. Now, I'm going to do this, and I'm going to regret it. It's alright, didn't go on the floor. That did. You know what? Better than expected. Good I get my hands in there. Tell you what, I'm going to just decant a little bit. Yeah. Okay, right. Am I living with my wife, or are there additional people around you normally? There are, yes, my wife does live here, yes. But she's just not here at the moment. Don't worry, I won't die. Canon Leon actions, yes, just cooking. Cooking lasagna. Vegetarian lasagna. Okay. Let's get, speaking of vegetarians, let's start putting things in the oven, shall we? Now you might be saying to yourself, Will, that's too full. And you'd be right. Oh God, we're definitely we're at least 2 hours away from completion. God, that's heavy. Right, I'm okay. Ah, people know each other. Lovely. Do I need this bowl? No. That's the only one I'll need afterwards. You can go in the dishwasher. Thank the Lord for his invention of dishwashers. Hydrating. Needs a good wash. Having more thoughts. A dangerous pastime, I know. Half on here. I don't have enough oven trays, basically. That's the only problem I have in life. That'll do, pig. That'll do, pig. My real question is, how are you doing? Done. Okay, that's fine. For those of you wondering what that butternut squash is for, it's nothing to do with what's happening. It was just an extra butternut squash that I got because I had too many. It's a terrible problem having too many butternut squash. Right. Now we're on to serious business. It's time to get serious. Time to get serious. You looked away, what fell? Any number of things. Could literally be anything. Okay. Now luckily I have something written on my wall that's telling me that the quantities I need for this amount of sauce. Well, for this particular for the roux, etc., I always need to remind myself how much what quantities are what. I should get the cheeses out. My roux is also an almighty. These mozzarella pearls another little treat you get on the inside, along with the unctuousness of the butternut squash. You'll find every now and then you'll come across a little, ooh, a mozzarella pearl. Isn't that jolly? So, but that's for later. I barely know her. Right. Marshmallow fluff? What on earth is going on? What's wrong with you people? Right. So I'm making about 2 litres of cheese sauce. And that means I need about 300 grams of roux. Now I'm going to say this now. If I don't pay attention, I'm going to burn the roux, and that's not fun. But I've got cheddar, which is probably not kosher, but I don't care. And then some parmesan for additional flavour. I've also got some MSG and some sodium citrate that I'm going to add in anyway. It's not necessary. Oh, and some. Yes. Should get the spices out before I forget about them. Oregano from about 4 years ago. Stock cube, maybe. Should get the tomatoes out. I'm just remembering all of the things. This is called Doing It Live. Oregano. Yes. You didn't hear it wrong. That's what I was getting. Sodium citrate, MSG, some... Where's my cayenne pepper? There's my cayenne pepper. And mustard. Mustard! I haven't opened this mustard powder. And it went off in 2021. But that's... I've got mustard in the fridge. Oregano. French mustard. You know, just because. Thank you, Spectral Fossa, for your following. I'm going to have a drink of water. Thank you, Aleli, for your reminder to hydrate myself. That's basically done, but I'm going to point you over here. Now, this next step is where the teaspoon apocalypse happens. You'll think to yourself, Will, that's too many teaspoons. Somehow it won't be. Okay. We need, what did I say? We need 300 grams of roux, so that's 250, so... I'm guessing that's 100. over generous. I think that's probably 185. $165. It'll do. You're going into the freezer. And then we need flour. They are all long-handled teaspoons. And I like them a lot. Oh, thank you, Scribbler, for joining in, though. It's been lovely to have you, as usual. Now, I do have some flour that I should use up first, although... Right, 165. Now, before I go and mess things up royally, I need to look up the concentration I need for sodium citrate in a cheese sauce, which is, I want to say it's like 2%, but also I could be wrong. And if it's about 2%, that would mean putting 4 grams in for 2 litres. Sodium citrate concentration. Let's try that. Sodium citrate. For coagulation assays, blood should be collected. No. No. I don't want it. Not in blood, in cheese sauce. Good God. Sodium citrate concentration typically ranges from 1 to 3%. Okay, so let's go for 1%. Ah, the other joy of my kitchen. Is these teeny tiny little bowls. Look at them. Isn't that jolly? So 2 litres is about 2 kilograms, 2,000 grams. So 1%. 1% of 2,000 is 20. Is that right? Yes. Let's go a bit more. Why not? Unctuous or jolly? Why not both? Jolly unctuous. So small. Right. Then, actually, I don't need to go. I don't need to go ham. So that was the sodium citrate. MSG, I don't really need. MSG I'll add later. You know. That's a season as we go sort of situation. These are more. Now we have our flavourings. Right. Cayenne pepper, 2 litres. I'm going to go for half a teaspoon. Yeah. Start there. Will I hear you cry? What? 2 litres of cayenne pepper. Will I hear you cry? What are Why are you putting cayenne pepper in your cheese sauce? Why do I want a spicy lasagna? You don't want a spicy lasagna. The point is that it's one of those compounds that helps bring out other compounds. It's just like makes things. It's like when I'm about to put mustard in here as well. The mustard is not there to taste mustardy. It's there to make the cheese taste cheesy, or something. And again, we're just going to go for one heaped tablespoon of mustard. Yeah, I like mustard. Dijon. Franche. And then the other question is, how much is cheese percentages? Cheese, I just, obviously I understand principles, but, sometimes I just need a ratio to go off. 80 grams for half a litre? Get out of here. That's nonsense. I'm looking for a number that will reassure me. Because really I want about 200 grams for 2 litres. I want... What's this? 420 grams. Yeah, I'm looking for a number that's going to reassure me that about somewhere between 200 and 400 grams, and that's basically what I've got here. I kind of want to use all of that. I don't care about your grandmother's recipe. Don't use cups. Foolproof cheese sauce. I'm a fool. Okay, they're using... Yeah, that's what I wanted to see. Well, they're using... Oh, that looks very thick. You know what? I've got this cheese. I can always add more. But they are using 100 grams of butter per thing. Per litre. I'm going to check that. What does Mary Berry do? Tell me, Mary Berry. For I much desire to speak with her. I don't need the calorific information, please. Thank you. 50 grams, 500 mil. Okay, so no, I should add another 50 grams of flour and well, rather 40 grams. Don't let me forget to take that out of the oven. That's the other half of the butternut squash. Yeah, that's 30 grams. Just need a little bit more. Just a smidgen. And then flour. Flour power. No, that's too much. Too much flour power. That's about right. No, I wasn't taking the bits that the butter that was already in there was already coated in flour. So, no, I was avoiding the bits that were anywhere near the flour. The butter. You know what I mean. It'll be fine. It'll all come out in the wash. Just going to chop this up a bit in here. Just to help with the melting. I'm melting! They took my face, Justin! Because also I can compensate for a lack of cheese with Parmesan. And when I say cheese, obviously, you know what I mean. Don't look a gift horse in the mouth. Right. Out you come! I'm okay! God. My oven is struggling. Okay. See, we're already down to 3. Okay, where are we? I'm alive. Just filled with loose teaspoons. No, don't worry. I have more. I have more, but I grabbed like 7. Okay. Let's begin the beginning. I'm going to move the microphone closer to the hob. And hopefully not... Oh my god, I'm just bashing everything. I was about to say, hopefully not bash everything, but that's not gone well. Yeah. Right, hopefully you can hear me very well over there. Actually, if I move this even further this way. There's no way this could go badly. That's not even one. Not a single way. If I turn it this way, then you can hear me from this angle. Right. Water. Oh God, it's 5:30. Shall I put on a penny and do some dusting? Bimp bamp bump. Oh, don't worry, the mic's not going to break. I might. That to do its thing for a little bit. I'm going to need to select a vessel at some point. I don't think I have a tray big enough. Fisher in Lyon, I don't know, burger. We might even, dare I say it, perhaps a double vessel, make 2 lasagna. We're currently coming along swimmingly in here. It looks browner than it is. It's actually very pale. It's just the old colour grading on the camera. I'm just going to cook that down until it's a bit more something. And grate this cheese. Place. Casing. Ben Star is the sous chef. Yes. I don't think he'd agree. Sorry, you can't hear me. nearly there on the roux front. What I tend to, nobody cares, but what I tend to do is I sort of wait till it starts getting sort of sandy. That's all I can really describe this as. There's still some bits that are a little bit runny. And I find that, yeah, beyond, if you wait, you go a little bit, maybe another 1 or 2 minutes on that, and it'll be nearly ready. This tray of veg that I said, Will, that's too much stuff. Yeah, that is too much stuff. So I'm going to relocate some of it onto a second tray, just so that it's not all just sweating. Because at the moment it's all just sweating. Like me. Okay, and now we've sort of reached peak sand. Any longer than this and it's going to start browning. And that might be what you want in some cases, but you just start developing some more burny flavours. Thank you for dropping in, Spectral Fossa. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. I will be sometime. Yes, I think we've probably got another at least hour to go. So do a bit of tidying up. It is what it is. It is what it is. My ears have gone a bit funny. There we go. That's better. Milk! And the truth is, even though I don't have enough milk, I can always substitute for something else. The world will not end the most amazing thing happens, for those of you unaware. It basically turns into mashed potato when you add your first bits of liquid. Like, if you gave that to a child and told them it was mashed potato, they would have a bad time. It is out of an abundance of caution that I'm adding the milk slowly. Basically, you're meant the kind of classic Escoffier, whatever it is, style of making a white sauce says that you should add whatever liquid it is slowly, but that's only because you're adding it from the liquid. If the liquid is warm, the science is slightly different, and that means you do need to add it slowly because basically I think it's basically basically if you're adding something cold, the temperature difference means that it doesn't clump up in the same way, whereas if you're adding something warm, it clumps up. It's a bit like when you add corn. I think it literally is a bit like when you add cornstarch to a solution. You want to add it cold. And not hot, because if you heat up the cornstarch, it will clump, and then it will clump everywhere. I think. I can't remember. See? We're doing well. And we're not looking lumpy at all. Bye-bye, beans. More milk. I will at some stage move over to a whisk. But that'll be whiskey business. Eh? Hey. This is the only bit where I really need to concentrate, and also the bit where I regret the weakness of my arms. What we're currently faced with is a soup. But, you know, we'll get there. What's the loud E? Oh, that might be the hob. That's either the hob or the extractor fan. This is going to be in between layers. And also for the top, hopefully. But if there's not enough for the top, then we ball. Just going to check on the vegetables. Okay. Thicken, my pretty, thicken. You've got to get thick, or I will not eat you. Just rinsing out my recyclables. Once that's done, or at least mostly thick, once that's done, or at least mostly thick, oh god, everything's falling over. I will take another little break until the vegetables are out of the oven. They are looking better, but I then will have to select a dish. Wish me luck. She's getting thick, Captain! And the other thing is, obviously, if there's too much ratatouille, I can just freeze it and have nice batches of frozen ratatouille. So as we can see, we're getting thickerer. Our soup is turning into a potage, as it were. Just sort of want to get, I can't remember whether you're meant to get it just below a boil or just to a boil, but basically get it hot, 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 so the starches can do their magic. Because starch is basically magic. But I can feel it really thickening on the bottom. As you can see, it's kind of gathering on clumps at the bottom of the spoon. I'm just trying to distribute it a little bit more. I think Amy did say this was dishwasher safe. I think that's nearly done. Right. And that's just going to continue to get thicker, particularly as I'm adding cheese, etc., 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 etc. And also we've got a while to go on the vegetables still, so extra salt. It is at this moment that I will add my accoutrement. See, and you saw how lackadaisical I was about adding the milk slowly. There you go. You know, and it still turned out very smooth. So yes, cold milk. It's a secret. I had a thought. What was my thought? I need to open a window in here because it is getting very, very warm. Okay. Let's just... lick the whisk. And if I do make a spicy lasagna, who's gonna know? Oh, fuck it. It'll be sod's law that the first time I don't fold in the cheese gradually, that it causes problems. But I have faith. Just make sure I'm getting the bits that are getting thicker at the bottom out of the corners. I find that tends to be a problem. Getting your thick bottom out of corners. Right. Let's have a taste and see what we need. Probably too much cayenne pepper. But you know what? I'm here for it. What it will need is plenty of parmesan. I could maybe put some more cheese in, but really, as in more of the kind of bulk cheese, as it were. I think that's what I mean. Hello, Yosk. Ah, Emmy, welcome back. The lasagna is going well. Just finishing off the cheese sauce. Then I'm going to take a bit of a break and then hopefully start assembling. I didn't add any salt, but I don't think I will need any. Because the parmesan is plenty salty. And cheese is quite salty anyway. Right. Oh god, I'm going to have to use another tea towel. Having said that, I think I am going to add a little salt. And while we're at it, not that many. It's probably going to be 3 maximum. Again, I need to find a dish. And also my layers are going to be a bit miscellaneous. So I'm going to wash my basil. Basil! Yeah, I could. I fuck with that. That's good. Yeah, it's a bit spicy. But like in a warming way. I think that cayenne pepper's gotten stronger. I really didn't use a huge amount of that, considering there's 2 litres of this. Right, normally I wouldn't like to feel it, but if it's there, I'm not upset. Right. That's our first batch out of the oven. towel. I have soiled that one. Also opening the back door. Batch 2. Oh, I should have used greaseproof paper. Hubris! Vegetables, thy name is hubris. But also, considering that's half of the vegetables, and they were filling twice, the vegetables aren't just water. In case you weren't aware. Ah, indeed, that's what a dishwasher is for. Right. So I'm making this almighty mess. These. Have a bit of a stir. Okay, so I'm nearly on track. Right now I'm gonna. Your dishwasher's name is Robert. Yes. Now I'm adding a stock cube for reasons I'm dubious about, but I might as well just add some MSG in there. But it does seem to have a good effect. And then some tomato paste. And some tinned tomatoes. Oh God. Just mash them up. You're right there, kiddo. You appear to be making a face. $1,000%. Oh, come on. I'm not even going to have that on my OnlyFans. Right, I'll need... It's only feet. I need to drink some water. That's a thing. Then once all of that's added, thank you, Hayne. Oh, thank you, Indy. Your subscription is most welcome. Your continued love and support. The hills are alive with the sound of music. An aeroplane responded. Now, butternut squash. Butternut squash, butternut squash. I'm going to put you there. Put you in there. Put you where I can't forget you exist. Right, let that go. These have still got some time. You're done. Riley, have a good, nice, yes. Have a good, nice, yes. Now, I reckon I will probably need one other. Maybe that'll be enough tomato. I'm not like... I don't need millions of tomatoes in my stuff. Okay, we're going to take 10 minutes. We'll be back. We'll finish off. I'll put the thing in the oven. Whether we stick around to wait till it comes out of the oven or whether I just send a photo will depend on how I'm feeling. See you in 10 minutes. And we're back.
All away, all away.
Right. That is all of our business. Ready. I will need a ladle. I got a little ladle. I made it out of stainless steel. Right, that is our bundle of garlic, which I will do that in a minute. Into the bowl of doom. Thank you, Susie Goosey, for contributing. We can do washing up in a bit. So this is our almighty mess, which is going to act as the meat substitute. Is there enough vegetable? Probably. Am I adding the garlic? Yes. So now, this little bundle of joy, which you'll remember from earlier, has turned into a confit of garlic, which I'm now going to squeeze out. Like a zit of flavor. No, 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 no. No, that was the wrong choice of words. Okay. Oh, everyone, we're so nearly ready. We're so nearly there. I hope you're as excited as I am. I was going to add more tomato, but I can't be arsed. I'm going to chuck a bit of oregano in there. Oregano. I don't know. Like, I know that oregano is a food, a herb used in Italian cooking. But for me, most of my associations with oregano are Greek, I think. I'm not going to use all of this basil, but a fair amount of it. Basil? Yes, darling. Now, can you have too much basil? I don't think so. I think basil might be one of those herbs you can't overdo. particularly in the context of roasted vegetables. Because, but that's genetic, so you can't help that. I remember having to explain, I once went out with someone who had that, and having to explain that to my parents was like, no, it's not that they don't like coriander, it's that it literally tastes like soap. No, but they haven't tried it. No, you misunderstand me. I don't mean, their genetics mean that their taste buds send the same signals as if they were eating soap. Are they sure they don't like it? Yes! I'm going to go a bit more basil. Going basil mental. Too much of anything is generally too much, yes. Mango tastes like soap. That's a new one. Yes, mango might be my favourite of the. Well, was it mango and watermelon? They're both high up on the list. There's my compost bowl gone. It's over here. Compost! Kawaii desu. Again, isn't mangoes the same family as cashew nuts, I believe? People who have cashew nut allergies can be allergic to mango. Right. Now is the time. The time is now. Also got some panko for the top. I'm going to drain. I need to drain my balls. You got that one for free. Mozzarella pulp. And then we need the seats. Now the question is, What's there? So this only takes 20 minutes. Mozzarella balls. I wasn't going to have this for my dinner. But at this stage it seems a shame not to. I was meant to do some exercise today. But I have been... I suppose I have been stirring. Right. I do have another box of these. Well, I might not need them. I think... That's a no. That's... I might make 3. This will be the main boy. Let's start with him and see how we go. I think. So, how do I do this again? I think I put a little bit of stuff on a little bit of the cheese sauce on the bottom. Actually, I'm going to chuck my balls in with the rest of the mixture because I can't be bothered to distribute them evenly. Chef's treats. I need another utensil for this because it's not grabbing appropriately. That's what I want. Like, you don't want to be swimming in mozzarella balls, but you want, you know, the odd pop. Unprecedented stealing of mozzarella balls. I know. They're just so tasty. Right, let's go for a little. That's probably too much sauce for the bottom, but that's fine. How are we going to do this? Might need to break some off the end. That's gone badly, but it's all right. It's all right, we can fill in the gaps. I think we're going to go, after that initial little bit, some of this. Some butternut squash. Sorry, Yoshk, have you got a problem? Just sort of tucking it in. It's not an exact science. Followed by another layer of sauce. Followed by a sheet of stuff. Really taking the inexactness of this science to new levels here. This is going to be Frankenstein's monster of lasagna. Then we're going another layer of this. Oh, we might only really get 2 layers here, but they're thick layers. Oh no, I think we can. If we don't do it, another layer of butternut. If we do 1 layer without butternut squash. Oh no, this is the definition of hubris at this stage. If I go for another layer here, I'm gonna regret it later. So I'm just gonna have to go. I'm gonna have to just top with butternut squash, I think. Right. See, yeah, we've got through a significant amount of it already. The inexactness of the science. And it's sort of just... and a little bit here. And then final topping of sauce. And I can't be arsed with panko on the top. It's going to be too much of a balash. What does the packet say? Finland, 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 the country where I quite want to be, pony trekking or dancing. 200 degrees is what it says. So that's our main lasagna. It says to cook for 20 minutes. And then we're at this stage, we're flying by the seat of our pants. So we're gonna go just a little doobly-doo. We are assembling it. Yeah, just let it bust itself. That's fine. And then the balls do make it harder to get a thin layer, but they're worth it, I think. My ball distribution here is not very good. Let's yes. Give you the recipe? Possibly, yes. I mean, you could just watch the whole video again. And if I give you the recipe, I'll have to include lots of information of why my grandmother invented it and how and what the meaning of it was. What this recipe meant to my great-grandmother. Written instructions. Okay, yes, I will consider whether, if I remember, writing them down. This one is just gonna have a single butternut layer. Butternut layer? This is going to be ready just in time for my dinner. I've timed this perfectly. Some might say. Others might say I've faffed about. You shall leave it up to the viewer to decide which is more true. It's all gonna get mixed up anyway. He said. Oh, thank you, Z. That's a very quick recipe finger you've got there. Again, these lasagna dishes are not the most... They're not really ideal for lasagna, these, but... Z's just rewinding their mental tape. These vessels are too small. It's all right. It's all right. It's basically perfect. There's just going to be some spillage, and that will cause me some washing up. But that's fine. There was already going to be plenty of that. Then we're going to go final layer of pasta sheet. that. Just a bit of that. It's not perfect, but it's done. And what if I did? And what is the crime? Eating a noodle? A crispy Durham wheat noodle? And there's about just slightly too much cheese sauce, but you know what? Considering how it could have gone, I might just eat that. What's a macro? Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's the work done. Now it's just a question of tidying up, which I can mostly leave for the dishwasher to do gradually. The recipe said 20 minutes. 20 minutes at 200 fan. Bye, Callie. Thanks for joining. So, oh, thank you very much, Hayne. It's very kind. This is not an ad for Barilla, but they have recently removed the plastic window from their boxes, which means that they are now fully recyclable packaging, which is something I support. What else can I fit in here? Softly, softly, catch a monkey. Oh yeah, but in the UK we're about 5 years behind these things. It's a problem. I'm fairly sure we were still selling all of our recyclable material to landfills in Vietnam until somebody caught people doing it about 2 years ago. Right. What are the bets on how many long teaspoons I used? One of them was for coffee, so it doesn't count, I think. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11! Well done, Yoshk! I mean, this is excellent. Considering how many vegetables there are in the oven, and I'm here eating cheese. But waste not, want not. Also, for anyone guessing, oh, yes, this is I think the 4th tea towel I've used. I'm not a kitchen minimalist, I would say. Right, I don't know why I'm waiting. I'm going to put that. The dishwasher is going on. Where do I storage? Where do I store this? Storage. Store in a cool, dry place. Best before 2027. That's the full olive oil. Go here. When I did my Shakespeare tour, it was the reason for Long Hair Will in the first place. Every venue you went to, there was a venue liaison person, you know, because you were just turning up with a set, and you had to find out where to put it and where to eat and where to put your bags and things. one venue we went to, the venue liaison woman was called Trish Washer, and this caused me and another cast member just to no end of hilarity. Trish Washer. What? That's who doesn't see that? And particularly if your name is Patricia, why would you? For God's sake. That makes me want to sing Patricia the Stripper. The years are just part of me now. It's who I am. I am what I am. I am my own special creation. So come take a look. Give me the hook or the ovation. There's one life and there's no return and no deposit. One life and it's time to open up your closet. Life's not worth a damn till you can say, hey world, I am what I am. I hope you're ready. I hope you're happy in the end. Oh no, I'm not singing fucking Wicked. We're 1 minute away. It's gonna come out. It's gonna come out. Baba Yaga. You know what that is? It's time. Yes, thank you. I'm gonna give it. I'm gonna give it 10 more minutes. It's done, but it needs a bit of, you know, something on the top. Maybe I should have put the panko on there. Anyway. I got lazy at the final hurdle. washing up. Oh God. I could put it, I just can't be asked at this stage. At this stage. There's cheese melting everywhere. And that's what I call a good time. My one problem with this kitchen is I wish I had a bigger sink. If you don't have a sink that can fit your biggest dish, I find it irritating. But you know, that's a real first world problem. Yoshka's a witch. Learn to not underestimate the cultists. Well, yes, I suppose if there's enough of you by then, it might have to be in the millions, won't it? Right. Nearly there. Nearly there. I need to drink some water. That growth. Ooh, Rimek. I didn't realise you could see my growth from there. Oh God, it does look like there are some rather suspicious stains of cheese sauce on my trousers. It did take 4 hours. I told you. Apparently I know my inner self. Yes, we're very nearly done. We're very nearly finished. Mayor Cheese Pants of Cheesetown. That's me. Me? Misconstruing things? I don't know what you're implying. Oh. Go on then, I'll have another drink of water. I think I've earned it. Now, would this have gone faster if I had a sous chef? Maybe. But really what I was constricted on, you know, the first hour or so was just a lot of chopping. But what I was really constricted on was the oven space. And if I'd had one less butternut squash, that might have freed things up, might have been able to do things, but might have saved half an hour. But ultimately, it is what it is. It's a labour of love. A labour of lasagna of love. Yes, precisely that. I couldn't have said it better myself. I'm going to use a trait. I'd never considered this board to have a grain before, but on camera, that's definitely against the grain, isn't it? I suppose it's because it's longer on the bamboo fibres are long that way. Well, not really, they're long this way. But they've been laid out so that they're thicker. They are thicker in this dimension, so that makes it feel like it has a grain going that way. Fascinating. Right. I'm calling it. Ladies and gentlemen, we've done it. It's been achieved. There is a lasagna, a vegetarian lasagna, in my house. Across, oh god, no way. I might have to wait, I will have to wait until it cools to do any kind of cross-sectioning. I think what I will probably do is I'm going to eat one of the smaller ones. A knife pat. What, like, it's not going to be that crispy on top. They didn't really. It's more like it's sort of developed a slight skin on top of the. It's not the most appealing of. But you know. Anyway. I'm going to leave this one to cool completely. And then I might slice into it and send a picture of it into the salted fries. Rap tap tap. Yes, rap tap tap. But I'm going to have one of the other ones for dinner, I think. Because it'll be smaller. I'll probably have half of one and have half another day. They've still got another 5 minutes to go. So. Well then, wasn't that exciting? Yes, I will let it cool completely, and then portion it, and then freeze it, I think, is my plan. The man in the lasagna, yes. Okay, thank you everyone for joining me on this very normal Wednesday afternoon. I did enjoy making it. I'm very hungry now, and I can feel the heat emanating. I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your days, wherever you are in the world. Next week... What day is it? I've just said it's Wednesday, but you know what I mean. Next week... Just checking my calendar. Is the 4th of February, and there will be a normal stream. I think we are projecting normal streams throughout February, apart from on Ash Wednesday when it will have to be a shorter stream. And also the final Wednesday of February I am away skiing. But everything else... Oh, and then I'll be off for 2 weeks, in fact. So there's plenty... We have at least a 3-week run of normality. So if you enjoyed this, God knows what you'll think of what normally happens. I will stay hydrated. Remember to drink water too. Love yourselves. Be kind to those around you. And farewell.